Oh, hey, we're back. Arden, day two. Four best days of gaming. How are you doing tonight? I'd like to thank the new followers I got just today. A couple of others that came in and I didn't give proper thanks to. Lady Lindale, Mad Dad FDM, Jeep and Ani, Ghost Monkey 1080, Johnny Clash TTD, D Bro MC, Laird Forbes, Musing Mike, Jimmy Hoofa, Young Caesar, Cyber Mermaid Carnet VT, Magic Man, and those who have been popping in and out, Rich Mine, Biz B, and Hammer Paint. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the follows. Greatly appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your stay. Truly appreciate the patronage. All right. Yeah, I know, right? I figured you'd be in love with that one, right? So, all right, let me boot up Warcraft here and let's see what kind of BS it's doing. Okay, it looks like everything's all right. It's not loading anything. All right. There's not too many cinematics in Wrath of the Lich King. And we're nowhere near it right now. You'll know it when we get there. There's a very important cinematic that pops up, but... Spoilers! Fucking A. What? Oh my god. Breaking all the things. Mm-hmm. That one. Very important. Oh, I gotta get used to having something that is a sugar substitute in my coffee. Oh, that was weird. I'm thinking, ooh, sweet. No, no, it actually tastes kind of bitter. Okay. Yep. Anyway, speaking of that hunting for Nestingwary, I got a couple more quests here. She says, just south of us, the caribou used to roam freely, peacefully. The Nestingwary showed up and everything changed. Now the caribou are in a perpetual state of frenzy, always in a panic. They are stalked by the hunters and trappers hidden in the field. Nestingwary's executioners are unfit for death. They must feel the torture that they put the caribou through. God damn. Brutal. Take this pile of fake furs and lay it upon their caribou traps to the south. Watch as the hunters are caught in their own deadly traps. Vicious. Alright. What do we got? Okay, right there.
It's too far away.
No, for me. Hate that. Okay. This is the last one I need for the set of Nestingwary steak knives. I don't think we tortured them. We kind of actually killed them. Didn't exactly torture him enough. It's a miracle. The beast skinned itself. Ha! Stupid beasts. Oh my god. Okay, that's about the steak knives again. Well, there's an orc. I expect them to say kill, kill, kill for some reason. Somehow it seems fitting. I don't know.
I'm out of range.
On cooldown, just to throw a bit of fur down, that's for sure. Hey, Magic Man, welcome in. How's it going? Oh yeah, grumpy old streamer. Yeah, yeah, you could get me started on that. You can practically stun lock me on some of the things that go on in this game. Alright, that's done. How's it going tonight? We just started doing Wrath of the Lich King. Yeah, I'm level 79. Okay, because when I first started doing this, we were doing vanilla. And already Lich King was out. Oh, very nice. That sounds good. That sounds very good. I still gotta work on my own garden. So Red Ocean was already out. So we are doing vanilla content until Kata was released on Classic. So we got up a bit. Oh, geez. Yeah, cool. You do the Earth's Mother's work, but do not revel in this victory for too long. We have discovered the hiding place of the trapper leader. Near the southern end of this bluff is where you will find the treacherous leader of the caribou trappers. She is a savage like no other, making a mockery out of the carcasses of the slain animals, drinking from their blood and howling to the moons. Find this murderer, Karen! It says a Karen! It writes itself. This is where it started, I guess. I don't know. Maybe the Karen thing started here. Find this murderer Karen and end her worthless existence. Prepare yourself properly. Karen the Color has indulged in the riches. Hey, I wasn't done yet. What are you doing? Karen the Color has indulged in her riches that Nestingwary has lavished upon her. That's no big deal. Yeah, I remember you. I do love me a good restaurant at a hotel. So while we were doing the vanilla until Kata came out and everything got rearranged, we got up pretty far, so then we hopped on to doing Burning Crusade. We did Burning Crusade up to as far as we could get to, which ended up being about 78. So it's like, okay, so the rest of this is just going to have to wait until I do my videos on the story content. So we're going to jump into Wrath of the Lich King and do Wrath of the Lich King as far as we can get to. So we're already max level for it, but, you know, it just makes the leveling a little easier. Now the thing is that, oh man, oh there's a trapped one. Okay, good. Oops, that's my blank. Aww. I don't travel too much, but you know, I love a good hotel restaurant. Need to indulge every now and then. Oh god, the guys that are pearl diving. Okay.
I need to get closer.
What about that guy over there? How about shooting that one? So Magic, how long have you been doing this streaming?
It's too far away.
Really? I doubt it.
I need to get closer. I don't have a target.
Somebody's else out here. Blood elf. irons. Up on the ledge. Oh, for crying out loud. Alright. We're getting there. Oh, amazingly, that didn't mark me. Killing the wolves are okay. Alright. Here, lunchbox. Feel like I'm reenacting a scene of Dances with Wolves. Tell me somebody already got him. What's that? Sounds like a dragon flying, but I don't see it. Oh, I think I see him.
That spell isn't ready yet.
These guys are just really freaking loud. Okay. gonna do this without the XP money, but you know. Oh, let's see here. All right. Oh, I took her up before. She's a Forsaken. Boy, doesn't that just all add up? That's hilarious. I think I'm on the wrong level. Need to be up. I remember finding her on a ledge. Like over here or something. Yep. Same one.
I'll need a target.
And when I first played Wrath of the Lich King, I found out that one of the new flying mounts was a red drake. I was like, I need that. Looked up how to do it. Grind up rep with worm rest accord. Okay, I can do that.
I don't have a target.
And so I did. And I got my rep up before I even was level 80 and able to buy the ability to fly it. Perhaps her death will serve as an example to others that dare slay animals for sport and riches. I doubt it. Nothing. Okay. Yeah. Disenchantables, I guess. At least now, for now, the rhinos will know peace. Thank you. Well, that's a bit better. Everything else goes down, but The armor's better.
How may I aid you?
Now let us see how their nerve holds up when they see what became of the companions.
May the eternal sun shine upon me.
We've just gotten word from Leandra that mercenaries hired by Nestingwary are moving goods off the beach and onto the main Nestingwary shipping vessel. No doubt they plan on making a fortune from their murderous trade. She has asked that we send assistance to the abandoned reach directly south of here on the beachfront of the Borean Tundra. Make haste, Leandra waits you there.
Be careful.
Alright.
What brings you here? May the stars guide you.
The Archduke wipes away tears and said they never stood a chance. Now orphaned, they will surely die on their own. Well, I hope not. Usually, that's not how elephants work. It's thought that they adopt those that got abandoned or orphaned. I thought they adopt them.
Be careful.
They're just one big part. They're just a part of the herd. I thought. Although you have acted valiantly in freeing the captive calves, many of them will still die. You see, without a caretaker, these calves must fend for themselves in the wild. But there is a way. Hope yet remains. North of here, in the mammoth fields, bordering on the scalding pools, you will find Knock the behemoth, a mammoth as wise as he is ancient. Take this mammoth orphaned and present it to Kunnak. He will know what to do.
Till the next we meet. Alone light your path.
Can't get in here enough. Okay, there's another Depeche Mode reference. This, okay. The Wrath of the Lich King is another one of those my favorites because of the Depeche Mode references. This is one of them.
Goddess, watch over you. How may I help? Good luck, friend.
Alright. Go here. Right? It's the little things in life, I'm telling you.
I'm out of range.
Well, I guess maybe
I can't cast that yet.
good thing. I was gonna cast it on the wrong thing. Look, I got a pet. No, I passed her before. I just can't remember where she is now. This must be it. Oh, she's up there. Right, I really bypassed her, didn't I? Senya sent you? Well, you're not a moment too soon. Strewn across this beach, amidst the flotsam and jetsam, are crates and sacks of animal parts. It would seem that Nestingwary is in cahoots with the North Sea freebooters. Those dirty pirates are transporting the goods that Nestingwary's murderous lackeys gather offshore. No doubt they will end up in the homes and on the backs of the wealthy, unscrupulous individuals across Azeroth. This won't happen, not on our watch. Bring me all shipments that you find upon this beach. They'll never have them. Alright. I mean, I don't know what it matters now. I mean, damage has already been done, but, what do I know? Way up there? Being able to fly, I don't know if I can reach it. If they gave me any footholds here. Well, they are but lazy slobs. Zip.
That's still recharging.
This'll be fun. What in the world? Alright. Got what I need. Let's go. We'll give those animals a proper burial. Oh, okay. Job well done. Now we strike at the pirate leader. It's despicable, really, to anoint oneself as the clam master, as if they hold mastery over the creatures of the sea. None may make such claims. This clam master must be found and slain. He was last seen at the wreckage just off the coast of the abandoned reach. Find him and kill him. Once this is done, return to Hierophant Seniates at the death of the encampment north of here, and let her know that the mission was a success. Clammaster K. What kind of silliness is that? Wait, where am I supposed to go with that one? Down there? Alright. Might as well get some ears while we're at it. And some cloth, because I need that for crafting. See what I mean? Now, I mentioned yesterday that this particular X-Pack wants you to go swimming in absolutely freezing waters all the time. The hypothermia in like 5 seconds. Crazy. He's in here? I see him. I see a shark. Oh, there he is. Of course it's a gnome! Why should I be surprised? It's a gnome. Now. There.
Well met.
Excellent work. We are closing in on Nestingwary. I don't know if we are, but really.
Goodbye.
Greetings. Till next we meet, alone light your path. Can I assist you? Good luck, friend.
I guess the elf will just show up. Where do I need to go? Okay, why do I not see it? Got it? Okay, over here. Oh, for heaven's sakes, I just took it off the list. Crazy thing. Alright. Back on track. There he is. Hi. There he goes. You hear a voice in your head. It is Nunuk. Says your name has been heard in the whistling winds. You have done a great thing for my kin. For this we will consider you an ally. Alas, our torment cannot end without bloodshed and violence. The price of peace for the mammoths will be the death of Ka. You cannot defeat the being responsible for the slaughter of my kind by yourself. The mammoths of the tundra will help you. Venture forth to the plains and find a mammoth bull. He will allow you to mount him and control his movements and actions. Ride upon his back and find Ka, north of here, a Ka's roost. Together you will be the instrument of Ka's demise. Destroy Ka's armies and take from Ka his coveted war halberd. Return to Lothorius at the death encampment should you succeed. Alright. Hello. Want to join me on a quest? Right up there. Okay.
spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. I need a target. That spell isn't ready yet. I don't have a target. I need a target.
Oh, I can get him. Easy. Oh, crunchy.
The moon be with you. May the stars guide you.
What happened?
Goddess, watch over you.
He takes the halberd from me and he says, "Is this what I think it is?" Smashing! Outstanding! Another Nestingwary's lackey is brought to justice.
Be careful.
Assassination of Harold Lane. Harold Lane? Oh god! He was the one who was supposedly poisoned.
Good luck, friend.
You have done much for the animals of the Borean Tundra. Nestingwary's lackeys have been beaten back and taught a lesson they will not soon forget. Harold Lane, the primary agent responsible for the mass slaughters in Nagrand, has been identified as the man in charge of Nestingwary's operations in the tundra. He is stationed at Lake Kumia, west of here. He cans you an intricately carved oak horn and says, "Find Lane and kill him. Use this horn should you require our aid."
Illumine light your path.
But I remember Harold Lane. I believe he has been around since vanilla. Whether this death remains permanent, I don't know. There he is. What's that supposed to do? Bloody hell. Ha! Just like you, idiot. I have every man for himself. They don't call it that anymore. Will to survive now instead of every man for himself. I guess that makes it sound a little better, but you know, I'm playing a human, so it doesn't matter.
Ishnu Allah. May the stars guide you.
Alas, Nestingwary is gone. Perhaps he was never here to begin with. The demon is a slippery one, but his days are numbered. We'll find him, and when we do, I'll get you, Red Baron. If it's the last thing I do. Anyway. Let's see. I think that one.
Be careful.
Vita's little Pita. Gotta love that name. Oh my god, I got shit in here. Yeah. Can't do much with that, so I might as well just disenchant. And it's not that much of a difference. Leave that out. That's better. Sorta. Yeah, I already got that as a transmog item, so that's fine. That's probably what I switched out for. Did I even wear ones? No. Wait. Maybe that's my old one. Yeah. I can still wear wands. Can't remember when they took that off. More crit, less intellect. Eh. I hate it when you have to like decide between the two. Doesn't look too bad. Ninja-y. I guess I could go with that. Ooh, go cheese. Yes. Got a lot of mountain water. I mean, I don't really even use that much in consumables. I don't understand that. Alright. Now over here, we have the Tonga. Here we have the start of the what is going on with the Blue Dragon flight. And there's also Tonka. Not Tonka. Tuskar. I'll get there. And here we have mechagnomes. I know the mage one takes a while, because then we go into Kodara. And that leads us to our first dungeon. So I don't think the mechagnome one goes very long, so let's go do that. This is the first time we find out about mechagnomes. Now, when I first played that, I thought they lost their minds because I didn't know about this curse of flesh. This is where we're supposed to start learning about this, right? So, this also ties in with War Within and all. So, you have 3 types of constructs that the Titans made. Got earthen, they have the clockwork, and then there was, I'm not even sure what they call it. We know that was Reichel. So you know the earthen, when they get hit with the curse of flesh, they turn into dwarves. The clockwork turned into gnomes. The Reichel slowly turned into humans. So this is the first time that we find out that there are a sect of gnomes that are trying to get back to their heritage of being mechagnomes, the clockwork. I thought they were just gnomes being gnomes, and I didn't even understand that, but it turns out this is real. They didn't make this up just because they think that they're better than everyone else. I mean, come on, they're gnomes. That's what they do, right?
Interesting.
Got my hands full here at the moment, mage. What can I do for you?
Right.
I see that Skyhopper finally got around to sending help. None too soon, I might add. Welcome, sister. We need your help badly.
Daylight's burning.
Now that you're here, it's time for me to tell you the full story of what's going on. After you've heard my tale, go outside, find my second in command, Jinky Wingnut. She'll handle everything from here on out.
Be seeing you. Salutations.
Fine then, have a seat. This might take a while. There's beds. I don't see an actual chair or anything. Okay. When we first came to this frozen hell, General Arlos down in Valiant's Keep gave my group of flying daredevils and me a special task to establish a forward air base for Alliance operations. This airstrip is the result. Let me tell you, it wasn't easy with all the nasty beasts in the ground rock hard from being frozen, but we managed, and we did it quickly too. Anyway, we needed to pump up lots of sand and oil for the machinery. The nearby pools proved to be perfect for that. Some of the sand even proved to have magical properties. Can you say possibilities? But that's a different tale. So we drained most of the water out and built the pumping station smack dab in the middle. Everything was going swimmingly until one day the main suction pipe got clogged. Wait, back up. What was the last thing you... Oh, wait. That's a... Going back in the story. It's go on. There we go. Mind you, this part I learned later because I wasn't out there at the time. When they ratcheted up the suction on the pump, up came pieces of a robot that looked like a gnome. Of course, the fools worked night and day to put it back together without telling us. This is when we lost communication with the pumping station. After a couple days of silence, I sent a scouting party out to the platform. They never returned. I sent another group the next day with the same results. I lost a couple of flying machines out on aerial recon. At that point, I sent someone south to find help, and we hunkered down to prepare for the worst. We turned all of our attention to making armor, weapons, and robots so that we could head out there in full force. When we did a few days ago, we couldn't believe our eyes. As I was saying, what we saw out there defied explanation. My people were nowhere to be found, but in their place was a veritable army of robots and androids going about their business. The droids all looked like gnomes, and they said that they've been expecting us. In fact, in their own strange way, they acted like they knew us. We were surrounded and quickly taken to the top of the pumping station. That's where we saw the leaders and what he was doing to the surviving gnomes. Hang on 1 second. Try to voice act and my throat goes out. He called himself Gear Master Mechazod. When we arrived, he was busy transforming the survivors into mechanical beings. He greeted us warmly and explained that he was one of the first gnomes ever to be created by something he called the Grand Architect, a Titan keeper from within the halls of fabled Ulduar. Excuse me. Apparently, he was the blockage that my team had accidentally sucked up from where he manufactured thousands of years ago. It was just our luck that we built the pumping station right above him. Someone tell my throat to behave. It's that change of season allergy thing. Makes my throat pinch. Whew. Sorry for that. Alright. The station's mechanics had put him back together, bringing him back to life. And now, by way of thanks, he was going to return the favor by curing all of us from what he called the curse of flesh. According to Mechazod, it's a condition that eventually befalls all of the creations of the Titans. In other words, we all supposedly started out as robots of some kind, and over thousands of years slowly turned into fleshy beings. Preposterous, I know. It didn't look like much of a cure to me, and I wasn't about to stand around listening to some crazy robot while he was butchering my people. We did what any sane gnome would do. We ran. Well, actually, most of us parachuted off the side of the platform, but you get the picture. Not many of us managed to make it back here, and we're still spread thin from having to deal with everything else too, like the Magnetar to the north and the Scourge to the east. To make things worse, the Horde just set up shop in the northwest. And that's where we find ourselves now. We can't possibly deal with all of this by ourselves. And quite frankly, I feel a little out of my depth. Chinky knows what needs to be done. You should go see her now. I just hope you'll be able to get us out of this mess with our bodies intact.
Off and away.
So they believe that they are actually being abducted and messed with into being mechagnomes. Well, the mechagnome looks at them and says, oh, hey, I can cure you and bring you back to where you're supposed to be. Because you're not supposed to be squishy. You're supposed to be like me. And that's true. But since this happened, like you said, thousands of years ago, it was a very long time ago. And this is the old gods doing. They don't remember. We all don't remember this. We're just finding this out yet again.
Interesting.
The old man sent you to me, huh? He tells you everything that goes on out here? Good, let's take care of business then.
Be seeing you.
If you listen to the old man, then you know we have gnomes out there that were changed. Here, Master Mechazod infected them with something that reversed the curse of flesh. Now they're robots. We think we have a way to recurse them back to normal. I want you to take this recursive transmatter injection and use it on the corpses of any mechagnomes you come across. We're hoping that this stuff will cure them and allow us to lock onto them to port them out of there. What do you say?
Very well then. Greetings.
Because it's been so long, and they don't remember that, they want to go back to the way they are. It's going to be a battle for Vazaroth that we're actually going to see a group that are actually like, you know what? I think we should go back to our roots. And that's when they start grafting mechanical pieces to themselves, to augment themselves, to kind of bring them back. Now, I have no idea how this particular machine uncursed them into being regular clockwork gnomes. I don't know how this is done. So we're going to see this. And we're probably going to destroy the very last chance that they could be this way without having to go through the method of, taking away body parts and grafting on machinery.
Alrighty then.
This is the weirdest thing, Mage, but there's a Murloc asking for our help. He goes by the name of King Murgle, leader of the Winterfin Murlocs. It would seem that he and his people have been run out of their village and they want someone to come and save them. That someone is you. You'll find Winterfin Retreat and the king by heading west down the road until you come to the cliffs. Head down to the waterline near the blistering pool.
Off and away.
Not what we're going to deal with right now.
Very well then.
There are spare parts strewn all over the east in the scalding pools, the geyser fields. Heck, probably even up on the pumping station still too. Bring back a whole bunch. Maybe then I'll be able to get outgoing teleport on this thing working. Not to mention getting the incoming transmatter ports aligned. I hate to see another accident.
Very good.
I'm afraid of what you mean by an accident. What you mean by accident? What did you do?
Hey,
Am I supposed to get anything done with Fizz Crank breathing down my neck and me without all my stuff?
you have a great day now.
Those dirty stinking snowbolts, they stole all my supplies. It's a snowbolt, you ask? It's like a kobold, except they serve the Magnetar. Kind of take care of them. I know, weird. Anyway, want to help me out? I know the little creep stole off with all my stuff. Stupid me thinking it'd be nice, safe, packed up on the north side of the airstrip. Why don't you do me a favor and head north to their stupid Magmoth? There's a cash reward if you bring all my stuff back quick.
Off and away.
Alright. I have all the quests right now. Except for that rescue mission there. Yeah. We've got everything. Alright. Let's begin the story of the mechagnome. Here's you about your human incursion. Excuse you. I think it was one. We are mechagnose. Resistance is futile. Nice.
That's still recharging.
So cute how it comes over. Gosh. Yeah, nobody trusts the transporters, man. You can't really blame them. But, you know, that's a thing. When I first, it took me a while to remember when we were doing Battle for Azeroth and we were dealing with the mechagnomes there. I was like, why does this... It seems kind of familiar. It's like, oh shoot, this is all the way back here. We're just following up on that quest. Where they're actually going for it instead of, hey, no, stop messing with me, leave me alone. Let me be squishy. So, I'm going to follow this along and I'm going to see if they explain how this particular mechagnome actually changes a gnome back into the Clockwork Origins.
Still recharging. I can't carry any more of those.
They carry more of what ones?
I can't carry any more of those.
How? What? Already picked up one? What come I didn't tell me? Okay. Ultrasonic screwdriver. A freaking Doctor Who reference. This is a fancy gnomish engineering right here. Okay. You just dismantled had this inside of its mechanical innards. Looks pretty complicated. Certainly someone back at the airstrip would want to take a look at it. Maybe crafty Wupple sprocket? Yeah, she probably would. Jeez, he didn't even tell me that. So, I mean, there's one. Okay, that one wasn't close enough for that. But I want to know how this works. Micasat is in stain. You'll have to stop them before it's too late. All I can figure is that they're inside. Like, there's a case that's built around them. Oh yes, this is a good thing to actually play both factions on, because in Wrath of the Lich King, you get to see Garrosh in command for the first time. If you've played Burning Crusade on Horde, you find Garrosh and you see Thrall kind of adopting him. And in Wrath of the Lich King, you see him in charge of the expedition out here. And he's in full rage mode and wants to simultaneously kill off the Alliance while also supposedly taking out Arthas. I think he has less of a view of taking out Arthas than he has using this as his chance to eliminate the Alliance. I mean, he goes really half-cocked on things.
That spell isn't ready yet.
I remember because I did play both sides at that time.
Welcome, adventurer.
8 bits a byte. Thank you for the follow. It's going pretty good. How are you doing tonight? We're currently doing the mechagnome story in Wrath of the Lich King. The story that eventually gets followed up in Battle for Azeroth. Wrath of the Lich King is one of those that everybody loves because it ties in Warcraft 3, gives that a ending, while it also adds on to like all the mysteries that's been going on in the story. Okay, I got all of that. Find more gnomes. See some. Okay, what I try to do is I like to go through the old content as it comes up and then explain what exactly is going on. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like when you do so when you do like the time walking in order to level up, you're not even getting the full X pack when you do it. Legion was an amazing expansion. That was an amazing story. This one was pretty good too. But I was still at that time where I really didn't know exactly what was going on. And because they set everything up the way they have now, where you play 1/4 of an X-Pack to get up to near max level, and then you do the new content, you miss out on a lot of stuff. And sometimes it does tie in together. I mean, this story in Wrath ends up getting more content about it, or at least a follow-up on it in battle for Azeroth. I'm not supposed to be clockwork there, kiddo. I'm supposed to be stonework. So what I usually do in my streams is that while I'm playing the old stuff, I try to tie everything together. Explain what's going on, because I went through such a time where I did not know what was going on. I had no clue what I was doing anywhere. Why was I even doing it? Well, actually, I'm in the process of playing it. We did the main quests on War Within about last week, I think. Yeah. And right now, character I was streaming with for that, she is doing the side quests and any world quests at the moment. We can decurse you. We have the technology. Oh my god. Get away! So what I'm doing also is that on my main character is that I'm trying to record the gameplay so that I can make like little archives of what the stories were. Also tie in lore, tell you where things got retconned, things like that. Okay, here. I know a lot of people do how to play kind of videos, and there's some that do lore videos and also stream lore, but there's not too many of them. Most of them are usually showing off their skills about and doing mythics and such, and it's not a thing I usually do.
I can't cast that yet.
I might do it for fun with my guild, but not as much. So I thought for something different, I would actually go through the game itself, explain the story as we go along, how that ties into this, that, and the other.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Hey King, how's it going? Haven't seen you for a hot minute. Glad you could show up. Glad you could join in.
I can't cast that yet. I don't have a target. I need a
Oh,
target.
it just disappeared. The other thing is that for doing like War Within on there, while I'm doing sort of like a storytelling type of thing, people don't like spoilers. Working on cars and shiz. Oh, jeez. I've been working on the house and shiz. So I can relate. So some people come in and they're like, "Oh, I see you're playing War Within. How are you liking it? Should I come in and resubscribe for this?" That's a man's opinion. I think it's pretty good. It might be worth a resubscription if you feel like it. But it does feel a bit short. At least I just did only the main quest line right now. And it wasn't even enough for you to get to max level for that. Um I think it's interesting. I think it's worth it. It's kind of interesting how things are getting wrapped up really quickly. I like that people are just complaining about how they decide to design some of their characters. Not as yet. I'm in the middle of unlocking Earthen. I happened to stumbled on that while I was streaming. I definitely didn't want to get an Earthen. Because I want to make a girl Earthen, presenting girl, let's put it that way. And she's gonna have whiskers, and I'm gonna name her Cherry after the Discworld character. If it hasn't been taken yet, I hope it hasn't yet. Hopefully not. I don't know how niche Discworld is to buddy players. I mean, I've seen like a couple of references around on player characters, but not that many, so hopefully nobody took that one. Oh, if you wait long enough, you know. You know, if you wait long enough, then, you know, you just get the race unlocked and you don't have to do a thing for it. Oh my god. I'm actually gonna play the game. Aww. That was a bad Homer reference, but you know, that's all I can think of right now. Here I am playing the game like a sucker. Come on, Alliance is the best. Stop. Well, yeah, they're old content. I do play both sides. It's just that recently, the way they've done the changes, it kind of makes it almost...
That spell isn't ready yet.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Come on. Because they had changed how the game plays now, it's the same story for both sides. Now, as a lore nut, and keeping a story moving along, right? It makes sense that we should be working together in order to protect the planet. Whether you were born here or you are adopted to the world, you know. You should be trying to protect it at this point because we got so many different types of invaders
Recharging.
that we should be working together for a common good here. Which is trying to protect the home that we got, right? But I can't help but feel like this is a lazy thing on Blizz's part so that they don't have to write an alliance side and a horde side anymore. Now, natural progression means that we should be working together. The other thing is that I feel like they're just kind of cheaping out. Like, say for here, you know, you get to see the evolution of the horde under a more orc-centric, because we got Garrosh being a general at this point. And whereas here we've got, it does that. I've gotta mess with it a bit. I'm sorry. It tends to spam a bit. I need to figure that out a little better. But it tends to do that. I see your messages. I'm good. So, oh yeah, it's been doing that for a while, and I'm sitting. I got too many jobs, and not enough time to fix little stupid programs like this. I will eventually fix this, but as I was saying, for like this X pack, you see like. Blame Elon. This is his fault. So this one you get to see the rise of more of an orc-centric horde, and on Alliance side you see more of a coming to grips with what happened with their crown prince Arthas, and also the origins of where a lot of us came from, like this particular story with the mechagnomes. So there's like
Why
oh
you're a tall one.
there's like sort of two different narratives going on. Well, we're supposed to be working on this common goal of beating back the Scourge and taking out Arthas, who is messing around with more stuff than he should be. You know, he woke up, he's trying to invade again, he's trying to turn everybody to Scourge. That kind of thing.
Pleased to meet you.
Which is okay. So, here we go. Here we go. There we go. Here's my rat with Shadowlands, okay? And now, when the burnt marshmallow takes over in Wrath of the Lich King as the new Lich King, after we've killed Arthas, and then we go to Shadowlands, and he says that when he was listening, when he had the crown on, he heard whispers, and it wasn't Arthas, it wasn't Nerzul, it was somebody else, right? So we're supposed to sit here and go back and think that everything that is happening in Wrath of the Lich King, like the Scourge popping up, and that is not Arthas's doing, but Zaval's doing. Because, I mean, even he says, you know, in Icecrown Citadel, when you start the raid, all will serve me. And that's not meaning that they're going to serve Arthas, they're going to serve Zaval. Like Zaval said when he was opening up the gates to Zereth Mortis, and it just clued Sylvanas in that she's been played all this time by Zaval. You know, I'm just I rather think that Arthas just doesn't know what he's doing. He can't control these powers. And that's why he keeps losing control of them. I mean, he lost Sylvanas, he lost a bunch of the Scourge, they became Forsaken. He lost his Death Knights. I just rather think that, Arthas just can't do shit right, you know? I'd rather think it that way instead of Zaval is just too disconnected from this material plane to use a mortal form like they all do in order to talk in between realms, especially like in the Shadowlands. Ah! It just Shadowlands was good and a tearjerker, and then Shadowlands was a thing that should never have happened. I wrote in I put in yeah, I sit there and I'm just like there's so many things that happen in Shadowlands that didn't even really make sense in a way.
Very good.
And I was able to come up with at least a quick explanation of why that was even there, right? Right. And those holes, I was just like, okay. The thing is, what was Zoval said at the end was that he was trying to prepare everything for what was yet to come. I'm just like, how do we know he's not lying? How do we know this is his last ditch effort to try to save himself? I'm hoping they're going to drop a lot of this because the thing is that the clues that we are given is that those particular 5 people stepped up to put themselves into those robots so that they can help guide the Shadowlands. They're the first 5 to take up these mantles, right? Zoval's job was to take every soul, go through their entire life in a flash, and sort them to where they need to go. And this was a mortal soul that's put into a robot in the afterlife, where we know that even the souls there can die. They can go poof. Like a dandelion fluff, they can go poof, right? So he's went through how many lives within a second of living, right? How many does he have to sort in a second? Like, you saw the stream of people that come through, right? And they have to be sorted. This isn't a simple, St. Peter at the pearly gates going through a book. Okay, name, you came from here, and here's your good deeds, here's your bad deeds, and you're no too bad, your bad deeds are too bad, you go to the maw. Bye. That kind of thing. The maw didn't even exist until they threw Zoval out of his position. Because that particular zone, I believe, was where Orbos was. I think they even said so. They just disconnected. They ripped apart that one section of the Tower of Torghast and set it away from him and left him down there to basically rot. Because for some reason they can't just up and poof somebody out of that position. They have to just like cast them out or something. Anywho, so we have somebody new come in and he volunteers to be the new arbiter. infuses himself with the new robot to take care of this. We make a crown of wills out of the crown of domination. And we give that to him. What does this say? Zoval eventually could not handle the job. It's a running theme in Warcraft that when mortal races are given these supernatural powers, take for instance the dragon aspects. They were uplifted into almost a godlike position. And so far, we've had to eliminate 2 of them because they couldn't handle it. Neltharion listened to the whispers of the old gods and he lost control. Then we have what we're going to play here is Malagos getting so frustrated with magic users that he basically pulls all the ley lines to himself, starts hunting mages, and we have to take him out. And then there's going to be a time where Nosdormu is going to lose himself and become one of the infinites. Now, this is going to, they're already changing how this is working because they're kind of making an agreement amongst each other between the infinites and the bronze so that they work in harmony. And I think they are, it's going to happen, and yet it's not going to be as destructive as it was originally determined it was going to be, right? So what we've got there with Zoval is that he could not handle it for eternity. There was got to be a time where he should have been able to just retire from the job. But they didn't have that because they were the first ones to do this, right? They were the first ones to take up this mantle. They didn't know that this was going to happen. Mortal people or souls or creatures or anything like that cannot handle that kind of uplifting. You know what I mean? I know, it connected a lot of the dots. I tend to overthink these stories and everything, and that's where I tie this all in, and it's a very complex story, and I find it very complex, but I don't know if the others found it that complex. You know what I mean? I don't know if the writing staff has seen it this way. Shadowlands, yes. Yes, Shadowlands was definitely a standalone. Because, I mean, it doesn't begin anything and it didn't end anything, really. And honestly, if you read the Sylvanas book, that was the tie-in for Shadowlands, you get the feeling that this man is a liar and will do anything to get people to work on his plan. I just did not understand why he had so many plans running at the same time. It was so disjointed because of how many things were going on. And then his last ditch effort to try to save himself is to go, you don't understand. I'm trying to save you from whatever is coming next. That's not a threat. We've been killing old gods and void lords and the burning crusade and whatever has been thrown at us. We've taken down dragons, god dragons, let's put it that way. I mean, this isn't a threat. We're just sitting there going, yeah, okay, bonk, and take him out, Yeah, sure, bonk, bonk, he's out. Okay, good. End of story. Bye. Mostly that it's like the zone stories were good except for Maldraxxus. Maldraxxus was boring to me. I was bored with it. It was not my favorite zone. I was like, why do we have these warriors when we have the Kyrian? Why? Why do we have these soldiers too? What's the difference? And then we find out that, if you take away their leader, then they decide not to play nice with anybody. Now, I don't even know if that's just that's the way they are, or that's Kel'Thuzad's doing. Because we'll never be rid of Kel'Thuzad, I swear to God. I swear he's still got some kind of phylactery sitting somewhere. I'm sure he's going to pop up again. I wouldn't put it past him. He's crazy. So that's my stun lock for Shadowlands yet again. Woo! I swear, either I I gotta have a stun luck on Shadowlands or Steve Denuser like every weekend. I swear, because it just that whole expansion just ah. I hope I didn't bore anyone. I hope that was actually entertaining. So, but honestly, yes, it just, oh Lord. Get me started on Shadowlands. Oh Lord. Woo! Alright. Okay, cool. I'm glad. Because I sat there through a lot of this stuff and I'm just going, this doesn't make any freaking sense to me. And I had to fill it in myself. Now, mind you, I've been in the process for years, the process of writing a story based on my main and the other characters I play and my friends' characters, all their characters, and how we interact with this world. And I was just sitting there through Shadowlands and like, this is a freaking mess. I don't know how I'm going to figure this out. And I managed to figure it out. And I think I can actually smooth that particular aspect out while writing it through the viewpoint of the player characters that we have. And I hope that it's like, yeah, maybe people will say, yeah, that makes sense, or people are going to go, no, that's stupid. I mean, that's just fine. That's fine. You can think my ideas are stupid too. I mean, that's just the thing. Oh God, yeah, it took me forever to actually understand everything that was going on with the lore. The thing is that since this game started out, 1 and 2 are just strategy games, and then you had 3, which was telling a story, yet was a strategy game, like was also a strategy game, but not in the same way 1 and 2 was, right? So they're making it up as they go along. So when they get to World of Warcraft, they've got a lot of stuff to fill in here from 1, 2, and 3. And they need to build it up from there. So as they're going through the X packs, it seems like they get better at the filling in the blanks part when they get to Wrath of the Lich King. And I think that's where everybody says this is the best X pack. I mean, outside of Legion. Legion was great.
You have a great day now.
She's pissed at me, I swear. This little gnome, she's mad at me because I keep starting the conversation and then she's like, yeah, I got shit to do. Bye. But, because I was just playing vanilla. She keeps doing that. She's like, this bitch can't finish anything, can she? So as I was playing like vanilla into Burning Crusade, I got the feeling that they just really didn't know how things were supposed to fit together, right? Until they got to about this point, and then they had a better idea of how they wanted to fit things together. It just got kind of thrown for a loop when Mercer steps down and Denuzer takes over, because every artist wants to make their shared world more like the way they want to see the shared world to be. And that's the biggest problem with shared worlds. I have a couple of author friends who do shared world stuff, and they also do their own stuff. And they were talking about this, and there's like I like Dragonlance, and the biggest problem is that you've got the core books, which is written by the original two authors, right? And then there's all these other little stories that incorporate also those main characters and new characters. So they are shaping the world the way they see the world should be shaped as. And that kind of goes against the grain as to what those two first authors were trying to say in the first place. So when you get shared authors in something like this, because one person can't write all of these particular they can't write all of the story and all the quests and all that. You gotta divvy it up. You gotta share this. So technically, this is a shared world type story. And everybody puts in their shade of how this story should go. When they took Mercer out and we got the Denuzer put in, he's trying to shape it the way he wants to shape it. But the thing is, he's a self-insert king. He is a Larry Stu, love to do that kind of thing. And when he shapes the world into his view, where he is one of those prominent characters, it kind of loses something in the translation. Do you know what I mean? Because for somebody who's a big fan for Sylvanas, he did her dirty in that story. How is she just not thinking until she just hears that one particular catchphrase and then starts stitching it all together and realizes she's been played? Whereas in the book, it's like she's sitting there going, oh, well, he's going to make me the king, and I'm going to rule beside him. That way, that's why I'm going to have the afterlife I want to have. And that was, he didn't say that at all. So where did she get this idea from? She's just a cog in his army. Yes, you are going to serve. So, yeah, and we should have like a bingo card. It's like, here she goes on Shadowlands, here she goes on Zaval, and here she goes on Denuzer, and here she goes on Sylvanas. Because this is... Every time it's brought up, it's like the old joke about Niagara Falls. Slowly I turn, step by step, inch by inch. Yeah. It's one of those things that just sticks with me, and I'm just like, oh my god, let me go through this once more time just so I get that pain out. Oh,
Interesting.
I had so much fun with that, and I was predicting what was going to happen, and every single time it happened. I don't know. I don't know.
Be seeing you.
Okay, let's keep going. You got all my supplies, mage? I just can't do anything without all my stuff.
Off and away.
Oh, you're just the best. Here's your coin as promised.
Very good.
As you may have noticed, we created the airstrip on the southern border of a Magnetar den. Crafty says something uncharitable about Fizzcrank under her breath and starts, "The old man has put me in charge of finding a creative solution to the situation. If we don't deal with them soon, they'll come down here and tear us limb from limb. That's where you come in. I want you to get me everything on the shopping list. Please."
Very well then. Off and away.
Hey!
Very good.
My screwdriver! You found my screwdriver! I've been wondering where that thing got lost. You said you found it inside one of the robots, you say. Gives me an idea.
Very well then.
The ultrasonic screwdriver is the ultimate tool. It can do anything to mechanical stuff. Head back into the pools and dismantle a number of Mechazod's robots. Then all you have to do is use the screwdriver on their remains, and I'm betting that they'll turn to our side. For a short time anyway. I'm pretty sure it won't work on the mechagnome, so don't even bother with them. Oh, and if you want to take anything from the robot's insides, you'll want to do so before using the screwdriver.
You have a great day now.
Makes sense. But yeah, during the dark times, when I started doing streaming, we were doing Shadowlands a lot. Now back then I wasn't streaming as much, but I was streaming it, and I'm just sitting here going, this is insane. What is going on with this thing? I don't think we should even be here. Every time any story decides to go into the afterlife, what do you believe what happens when you die kind of things, and you actually go there and you're actually messing with it, I think you lose something. Because I grew up in a time where a lot of stories, even if they were a comedy, somebody had a near-death experience and they always ended up seeing heaven, and there changes their lives around for just a moment until something happens that they change back to who they were beforehand. I always found that kind of cheap and cheesy, as is my phrase for it. It's like, this wasn't necessary. You don't need to try to shove in this particular dogma into a story. Now, Warcraft in the beginning was trying to put something like that there. Twisting Nether was your sort of like hell, but it was sort of like a null space kind of thing, whereas the light was like heaven. Instead of referencing God or by any other name, it's the light. And when they were first developing Shadowlands, I tend to think they were trying to go full on with that idea of this heaven and hell type of a story. uh, yes, there is a fascination with the other side, but I rather personally myself, the way I like to have it in, like, even in fantasy, is that everybody just has this belief kind of thing, and it's all a personal thing, and it shapes the way that they will work the world. when I when I look at fantasy, I like to have it a lot more alien than what we have here on Earth, kind of thing. I mean, some people borrow from others and that. I mean, if you're not completely familiar with a particular religion, say like Dragonlance is based on Mormonism, honestly. Uh and you're not raised in it, then it seems very alien and foreign to you, right? Um and you don't realize that, there's loads of clues for it in there, but you don't see it because you're not used to it. But I kind of like having the whole, can you come up with something different? Brandon Sanderson is pretty good at that kind of a thing. Oh yeah, it's there, and I was like, but because I was introduced to the religion. I did not become one, but I was introduced to the religion, and then when I go back to it and read through it, I'm like, oh well, there it is, right there. Oh shit, I missed that. I didn't know, and it's just one of those things. Yeah, there are, and usually with some of them, um, say like Dragonlance, it's definitely one of those things where um the belief system that they have is intertwined into the story itself. Now, Brandon Sanderson is one of those where as far as I know, if he is okay, he is a Mormon, but he definitely goes out of his way to make something different. His magic systems are always completely different than what I've seen anywhere else in fantasy. I kind of like his writing style for that. He does a good job. Now, okay, Wheel of Time. Never mind. Never mind the live action story. I'm talking about the books. That's about Armageddon. Okay, I mean there you go. It's also about somebody's religious view, but the way it's told is a way that it takes you a while to figure it out, and it's not as blatant. I like that. I like the gnomes complaining in the background. That's so funny. But when it comes to Shadowlands, I think they were originally going to be doing something that was going to be um like a heaven versus hell thing, and then they kind of changed it from that because there was some art, and even if you watch the original trailer for Shadowlands, okay, you remember what the jailer looked like? In that he looked very much like the devil in chains. Instead of, he's not like an Eridar, you know. But he is definitely there's definitely a malice there. There's definitely something deeply dark and evil about that. And then there was a concept art that was leaked where they had a male figure with the long flowing beard and the long flowing white hair and that, dressed in blue kind of thing. And it kind of reminds you of the Christian God type archetype, right? And then it changed. And then we got Zoval, who wasn't the same as in that very first trailer. Something changed there. Because we could have easily have done the Maw as being a hell-like type thing, and Bastion as the heaven-like area. But I think they made a mistake because they needed to continue on something. They needed something to go with Elune. They needed to tie up the whole story about the Night Warrior. They needed to have that tie in with all the druids and such. And that's when they came up with Ardenweald. And then Maldraxxus was just kind of like stapled in there. Because in our somewhere it was written that the newser said that he just wanted to have Naxxramas as a zone. Because he wanted a more heavy metal looking type zone. Which explains why there's not much story context for that. It's just kind of like stapled on there without any real thought. Because like I was sitting there going, if we got the Kyrian around to be the warriors who protect the Shadow Realms, then why do we need Maldraxxus? And when they were trying to make sure that everything fits in together with the Shadowlands story, with all the other X-Packs, I kept feeling like this was Snoopy telling the story of Dark and Stormy Night. If you're familiar with this, he writes... Okay, Snoopy writes, like, little one-sentence things that are occurring, like, technically almost at the same time. And at the end of the book, like near the end of his book, somebody ties all those sentences together into what was going on. Like he worked backwards to try to make this mystery. And this is what I feel like. It's like we just started tacking things together into here because we need to tie this into there. Put this here. Okay, we didn't quite wrap up that. We'll put that in here too. We'll kind of staple this along. And, you know, it's like trying to force an explanation without not really giving an explanation. I can't say it any other way that it could have gone, you know? Oh, wouldn't it be cool if we threw this together and have them show up again and then we have a reason for them to be around? And we could reuse these characters and give them a last hurrah? Except for Arthas. That's why I just like, I want to sit there and go, the whole thing of him losing control of everything is not Zoval losing control of everything. It's just Arthas. He can't win, this boy. And then at the end of it all, his old mentor is still mad at him, throws him into the maw. Do not pass go, do not collect $200. Off to jail. And then all we find is this little wisp of his soul left. And I'm like, they seriously did this boy dirty. Because I could get into another rabbit hole on that whole thing about Arthas, okay? This was a kid who was trying to do his best, and the light did not particularly care for him. He wasn't well trained in it. And then he's given a situation where he's tired and he's frustrated and he can't see how there's no win at Stratholme. There's no good answer here. Honestly, what do you do? That's a no-win situation. That's a Kobayashi Maru from Star Trek. That's no good answer here. Was he supposed to just camp there, wait for everybody to die from the poison grain, turn into Scourge, then destroy the town? Who can you save? How can you tell who ate the grain? Because you could, it's just like, it's the whole story about the zombie bite. If they can throw they got bit on the arm and they have a long sleeve shirt and can pull it down because they think they can fight it off because they don't want to die right away. How can you tell who ate the grain? I mean, that would have been his only recourse it's like, I don't know. Uther, what would we do? Should we just camp out here? Wait for everyone to die? See if there's any survivors to try to pull them out? I don't think we're going to be able to. But honestly, we have to work on the assumption that everybody has eaten this grain. And if this whole town has eaten this grain, that is a full-fledged army. We won't stand a chance. We won't even get a first chance to just burn the city down with all of them in there. There was no good answer there. And for Uther to just kind of like lose his absolute mind on him and actually provide some counsel. Like, lads, sit down, step aside. Let's think about this for a moment. Let's sit and try to figure out what we should do. Instead of having this shit fit that he had. Jaina didn't even try to convince him, but then again, she was like, what, 19 at the time?
The Kirin Tor welcomes you.
Hey, Rain! Thank you for the raid. I'm in a stun lock.
The Kirin Tor welcomes you.
And Voxai, thank you for the raid. Hi. Nice to see y'all. How was your stream? I'm going on a lore rant. Very good. I'm on a lure rant. Who wants to join in? I'm back on Arthas again. Oh my god, we've already went through Shadowlands, and now I'm going back on Arthas again. Oh my god. I can't even. I appreciate it because, I appreciate a new person that I could kind of let all this poison out of my soul out for what happened in this game. Oh my god. And I mean, feel free to tell me I'm talking out of my ass, if anything. But it's like, holy cow. Hey, Kalia, how's it going? Yes, the Warcraft story goes way deeper, and then many people actually understand it to go. And I kind of hope that Mercer and the main core writers understand how deep I've seen this about, you know? Oh, no problem. Stop by anytime and ask questions. We have a Discord. Exclamation Discord, get a link. Anytime you have a question on story content and that, just drop me a line in there and I can type out a nice little story about what I've seen and what I, you know. But yes, thank you for joining me and thank you for keeping me company. And it was a great talk and I truly appreciate it. I hope you could come by again soon. You have a good night. But holy cow. I just... Let's see, how long my stun lock last this time? About 45 minutes, I think? Probably. You can watch the VOD and find out. Hmm. I just... It's one of those things that I feel like that the story can go pretty deep, especially for us spicy people in the brain who like to think deep on a story. And I'm really hoping that those main writers see it too, so that they keep going with deep stuff like this. Uh, because it's just I don't like fluffy stories. Like it barely has anything going for it. Like there's it feels flat. Um, when I read Game of Thrones, it felt very flat. It didn't feel very. It didn't feel like a world to me. It felt very plain, and it felt like it just kind of wrote things just to write things, kind of. I That's what I mean. I'm not a fan of that particular book, and honestly, I'm fine with it not really being finished because I think the show finished it, and that was his ending that he was going to write, and nobody liked it, so he's never going to write it because that means he'd have to think of something else. So yeah, I like a story that has depth to it. I like where there's history. Um, yes, they built the history as they were going along when they were building World of Warcraft, but it's still good and it still had a lot of depth to it. And then when you find how long races have been along and how old the world is and such, and how old the races are here, it's like you feel like you're part of something that has existed for a long time, sort of like uh it's like when, you know, you're a kid. All you know is the here and now, and then you take up a history book, and then you find out how long humanity has been around and what humanity has done, and it kind of like you realize the depth and how long things have been around. It's sort of that same feeling, and I like that. You know, I don't know how else to describe it. Well, that's my best way to try to describe, how I feel about certain stories. And I just hope that, like for these guys, I hope they realize that there are, as people who actually love the lore and want to keep seeing it get further and further and deeper to make us think about what's going on, how it interconnects with everything. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the surface level stuff, that's where I feel like Song of Ice and Fire is a surface level type of story. And I was kind of meh on it when I was reading it. When I go to read some other stuff, yeah, well, that's there for the fluff and stuff, right? That doesn't really do you any kind of like, it doesn't really do anything for building a world and giving people like motivation and such like that. Like, say, like Sailor Moon, that has world building and a lot of explanation of how everything became and how it became to be and why they are there and things like that. Whereas, like, I'm trying to think. I can't think of one off the top of my head where it's just kind of like just there. Yeah, it's boring. Like, even even if you go into like Pokemon, you think it's just a um capture game plus a pet battle type of game kind of thing. And no, there's actually history to this. They built a world around this and how people interact with it. Okay. Okay, I got a good one. Um Yu-Gi-Oh! Originally it started with a whole really deep dark series. And then when the ratings kind of failed on it, then it turned into the card game of the week kind of thing. And then they tried, once it was getting closer to the end, they tried to pull in the whole original deep story that it was supposed to have with what was his name? Dark something. Wasn't Dark Yugi, was it? Yeah. Like, they had the whole thing about him taking out um bullies and robbers and stuff like that, banishing them to shadow realms. And then that stopped, and then it went into just card games. But the cards were alive for no real explanation until near the end of the series. So they got like this huge part in the center where it just doesn't seem to go anywhere until they get to this certain part where it's like you find out where the cards come from, who Yugi was in the past life, and that's why he's got these cards again, and how they're supposed to be used and all that kind of stuff. So they had substance, then they lost substance, and then they tried to get back to substance. You know? Dragon Ball. The further it went along, the more it just became one season was just one big battle. Bleach did that too. it had this lore building, and then it kind of like fizzled out, and then it turned into each season was one big battle with one super big baddie kind of thing. Yeah. And those I get bored with. I would like a story that had a lot more things going on with it than just the battle of the week or the battle of the season or whatever, you know. Some people like that. If it's their cup of tea, that's totally fine. Go for it. It's not mine. That's just me. I want to be connecting dots. That's all. uh, I should just have like I should just have like nerd night or something like that so that we could just talk about, you know, random stuff, you know? Because when I get enough people and we're all talking at the same time and chatting about different things, you know, we could go on forever and never play the game. And I'm fine with that. I like to sit there and think and try to mull things over and actually hopefully make some sense out of some of this stuff, because sometimes it just isn't. Oh no, it's not. No. Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry at all. This was fun. I love, if you haven't noticed, I do like to chat. I wouldn't be on here if I wasn't trying to chat to other people, right? There's a time where my mindset is completely set up and ready to go to talk to people like I'm having a freaking TED talk, you know? But no, I appreciate it. I like to talk. I like, okay, on occasion. Let's put it that way. Normally, I'm a very reserved person, but you know, if I find the chord that keeps me going and talking about something, I appreciate that, because then I'm also trying to engage my brain for once. And Lord only knows, though, I need to engage my brain enough times because it just doesn't do it. And surely my day job does not help me to think. It only helps. It only helps think a little bit, but not a lot. Not in the research I do, which is mostly familiar research to try to contact people. That's about it. All right. I am still open to any questions. If anybody's got any lore questions or just want to chat or talk about, you know, anything, let me know. Um, I will jump in and stop whatever to join in on stuff. But I am keeping an eye out. Um, don't think that because I'm winding down here with my yammering, it means that, you know, I'm bored or something like that. I am totally open for more chatting and stuff. So once we get a pick a theme and just watch me fly. Basically, that's all I need to know. All right, let's turn in some quests.
Alrighty then.
It's going to take a lot of spirit parts to keep this thing running. Please tell me you've returned with everything we need.
Very good.
That's great, Mage. These parts look like they're in serviceable condition. Now if I could only figure out how to fix this blessed thing.
Off and away.
Alright, so everybody who's new here, what we're doing here is the mechagnome story. This is the very first time that we find out that some of us are Titan constructs. Now the Titans made 3 races. They made the Earthen, which we are dealing with in War Within. There are the Clockwork. And then there are the Vrykul. Earthen get hit with the curse of flesh, become dwarves. Clockwork get hit with curse of flesh, become gnomes. Vrykul get hit with curse of flesh, become humans. But this is the first time we're learning about this. Right now, in Northrend, this troop of gnomes were set out to make a forward base for the invasion onto the Lich King. They started doing some mining for oil, and something got stuck in a pipe. It turns out to be a clockwork. And when this clockwork sees the gnomes, he says that, "Oh, I see you were hit with the curse of flesh. I can turn you back to where you're supposed to be." Like him, a robot. Now these gnomes are all freaking out because they do not know that this is how they were originally. So while some of them are being changed back into clockwork, and I'm not exactly sure how this is happening, because they say that they can change the gnomes with this transporter that they've got over here is able to turn them back to skin and bone. I don't know how this is working. Because when I go out there and I blow up one of the clockwork mechagnomes.
Welcome, adventurer.
Hey, Questoni Mufasa, thank you for following. Glad to have you here. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Enjoy your stay. So, from what I've seen, what I've been playing here, is that when I'm trying to blow up the mechagnomes and try to break them back into flesh and bone, I think they're encased in a mechanical form, and I'm just like destroying it off of them. I think. I don't know. I don't know how you would ever fix, quote unquote, fix this problem where they go back to the way they were as being clockwork without there being some kind of real major damage going on. But it seems just like it's just putting metal on top of them and kind of rewiring the way they think or something like that. I don't know. And then they're using this transporter to beam them out to change them back into regular gnomes. And this will eventually tie back further into Battle for Azeroth, where we find mechagnomes and the way that they are doing their own way to go back to being clockwork is to basically cyberpunk themselves. You know, they're removing limbs and putting in mechanical ones, and this is how they're augmenting themselves to be back to the way that they once were. So that's the only way I could ever see them going back to being clockwork, but it's still not the way it was before. So I'm trying to see, I want to like go through this particular story and see if they actually show what is being done to change them back and forth, because it's not really making any sense. I don't know if they even thought this one out so that it made more sense in that with that. I don't know. So right now we're dealing with the whole thing of gnomes being abducted by this particular clockwork and being turned into a quote-unquote mechagnome. And we're also dealing with the we're also dealing with the magnators, which are a totally different breed of centaurs. Um, I take to think instead of like being horse-like, they're more like mammoths. So it's like half mammoth, half human-ish kind of looking creature. Every climate has a different type of creature in it, so. But while we're also dealing with the mechagnome story, we're also dealing with those particular things. So the story's gonna kind of flip-flop back and forth while we're dealing with this section. You know, like he's saying here, this quest, you're a proven heroine. I have another problem. My boss Tinky went east with Bixie Wrenchshanker, and I can't get the outgoing on this thing to work. Tinky's the only one that can fix it, and we really need it working 100%. Do you think you can find them? Bixie said something about following some old Magnetor to a place called the Dens of Dying. I'm guessing that's where you'll find them. You can catch a ride out there by talking with Kara Thrice-Star at the runway.
Very well, then. My, you're a tall one.
You did it. Wonderful. It worked. I can't believe you were able to save so many. We're fortunate to have you around here. That is not an upgrade. Look at this chanted.
Be seeing you.
Okay, I think we're ready for the penultimate assault. Before you can bring down Mechazod, that's the clockwork that I was talking about. You're gonna have to dismantle his lieutenants first. You'll find Twonky, 8210, Max Blasto, and the Grinder at the West Point, North Point, Midpoint, and South Point stations respectively. To get them to show up, just turn the valves at the stations to mess up with whatever they're trying to do out there. You can't miss the places, they all have spinning lights.
Very well, then.
Alright, though. That's a lot. Is there another quest here, or are you just lighting up just to light up? I can't tell. You do have a quest. What do you want?
Pleased to meet you. You have a great day now.
Or I should have flown the mission myself. It's not that I don't trust Tailspin. Far from it. Heck, he was the best wingman I ever flew with. No, it's just that it's my responsibility to lead a mission of such import. I sent Tailspin out with our fastest recon squadron to gather information about the Nerubian infestation in the middle of the geyser fields. The last report we received placed his squadron in the pools to the far south and just west of the Nerubian sinkholes, behind Tailspin. Iggy, Tailspin, Cog Toggle.
Off and away.
Yeah. That sounds like a flying ace name to me. I don't know about you. Only gnomes would design this. No, it's not a compliment. Anyhow. Let's see. I'm gonna reprogram robots and fight these guys. I mean, reprogramming robots will be easy. There's still tons of them out here. Like you. Thanks. Oh my god, he's so cute. Not those? There we go. Let's say. Got a little robot army. Adam, FB4, thank you for following. Nice to see you here. Hope you enjoy the stream. Oh yeah. See what I do here. Yeah. This is fun stuff. And it all ties back, so I mean. Probably. If I say something wrong, you know, you just let me know. I will correct that. That's a ziggurat out there. Come be perfect with us. How about no? Oh, really? Why am I looking way out there? Not the ones I've already reprogrammed. I got so many robots following me, I can't even click on the ones I need to. So this is one of the gnomes that was turned into a mechagnome. I still don't know exactly how that works. But I'm just like really freaking curious over here. Come on. Up, 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 up. I'm pretty sure there's a quest to this one, but I'm just... Ramas. Let's get the Scourge out of here. What is this? See, sometimes the older stuff is like brand new to me. Hello, how you doing tonight? I think there is a quest. I think I remember this now. Oh, this one. It didn't even come out of the ground or nothing. It just pops up. That's right, I got it. I don't know about that kind of a thing. I Yeah, I tend to think that is a bot. If you say anything, if you say something different, maybe then I will ban you for being a bot. Give me a reason not to ban, because that looks kind of fishy. Yeah, I think I remember this has a quest to it, so we'll leave that alone. Oh yeah, I know. I mean, Alright, let's see. Right. Yeah, I know about that stuff. Our bots used to be really bad on here. Usually, most of the people that were watching at the time when I was on, they were usually just trying to steal my content, really. And I don't see their names popping up anymore, so they at least cleaned that up. And they didn't make it seem like, you know, that's something that I set up for them to do or anything. This is a mechagnome. Don't really care. Yeah, it's a thing. So with the dials, what dials? Got to wait for the mechagnome to pop up again. Oh, I see. That's where the die was. Okay. Yeah, they're annoying as hell. I got the kill. Yeah. That's the brand of potato chips. There's a brand of potato chips that I really liked called Bachman's, and I really loved their sour cream. Not their sour cream. Their salt and vinegar chips. I thought those were so freaking good. I grew up on those as a kid, but they were always hit and miss. They were either like super salt and vinegary, or there was barely any flavoring at all. And I'm not surprised that some of these are still having this problem to this day. Like they forgot to fill in the hopper with some seasonings, you know? The salt and vinegar chips was like my thing for, that time. You know what I mean? I'm already bloated as hell, and I'm gonna eat some more salt and vinegar, man. Love that stuff. I still do. I don't. What is it about salt and vinegar chips that just like hits? You know, I I love that stuff. But then again, I found some sour cream and onion ruffles. And I'm sorry, ruffles is like one of the more superior chips because the grooves actually do hold on to all the flavoring. And boy, they really are good. Yeah, sometimes sprinkles is kind of hit and miss. Like sometimes I'll be completely fine with eating them, and other times I think they're just really disgusting, and they just make me sick to my stomach. It's very random.
I can't cast that yet.
Yes, you can cast that. Oh, it makes me very unhappy when I find out I've got a bunch of chips that have like absolutely no flavor to it. Oh, hell no. No, we need flavors here. Look, I'm white, but I'm not that white. I need flavor. I need spices. I hate bland food. Hey, y'all have all dressed? It's Canada's perfect chip. Seriously, right? All dressed. It's... Yeah. Oh my god. Um... We were getting them in my area for a little while, and then they stopped again. Sometimes it's really hard to get some good Canadian food. I miss living next to Canada. I used to live on the border, but the city I was living in really didn't have much in job opportunities. The taxes were high, you know. But, you know, every now and then, I took trips to Canada. Oh, don't tell me the dial's all the way down there. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh well. Boop. Oh. What's this? Craft these tools. Nice.
That's still
So, ah, I miss Canada. Oh man, did this with my health down. I'll be fine. Max Blasto, that's a reference to something. I can't remember. It's Big C. No, I'm gonna head over there anyway because I should. So for a little while we were having like all dressed and ketchup chips, sometimes dill pickle chips in our stores, but it didn't last very long. Lord, why is it plagued? Oh, I know. Freaking scourge. Found a place online where I could order them, but it kind of defeats that thrill of the hunt to find it in the grocery store. You know, it's sort of like that hunting and foraging, and then you go through the aisles, and then all of a sudden you find that one thing, and you're like, yes, I have you. You know, it's a thrill of the hunt. You know, turning it online doesn't feel like it anymore, right? Yeah, that's what I kind of miss about doing any kind of shopping anymore. I don't have that feel of, yes, I found it. Ooh, elation. You know, it doesn't feel like I've actually scoured and hunted for it and I finally found it. I don't get that hunter's rush kind of thing. Unless it's something like really super obscure and then I happen to find it online.
Hey!
Then maybe, but I don't happen to discover on something. Hey, I was looking for this. Cool. You know, I don't get it. I don't have that anymore. It's mostly I go to a store, I have something in mind. I might find that one thing, and then I cash out. You know, one of those things. I'm such an '80s child. Man, Alright, keep your voice down. We wouldn't want to attract any attention from these beasties.
Alrighty then.
What do you need, mage?
Goodbye for now.
Teague and I came out here stalking some old magnetor. Apparently those caves up there are where they go to die. Of course, we have no idea that they were going to get plagued when they went in there. You can't have plague things just roaming about. It's not healthy. Say, why don't you put down a number of those things while I figure out what our next steps should be?
Right.
What is she talking about? Like, oh, the plague men of magnetars. Okay. But yeah, I'm so old. Back in my day! It's a run from star to star to try to find things. And if you couldn't find it, well, that's just too bad. Tough titties to you. You know?
I'm out of range.
Used to like shopping, but now everything costs too much. So I don't really do it. And I usually am very disappointed that I can't find what I want anyway. Honestly, I don't even feel like going to the Hallmark store to try to find some ornaments. First, I am drowning in frickin' ornaments right now. With my mother's huge collection that I'm still trying to figure out what do I want to keep and what I don't. Right? Second of all, the collectors for these ornaments are insane. I've already dealt with like Hallmark collectors, right? I used to work in a Hallmark shop. You can press F to fail for that one. But I used to deal with some of these like super uber collectors in Hallmark stores. Holy cow, they are crazy. I love collecting things, but that's like I am not to the point where I'm going to bite somebody's hand off if they had managed to touch a thing I wanted and that was the last thing that was there. These, they will do this. They are like the Supreme Karens. I swear. It's absolutely crazy. So first of all, they've gotten to this point where they just have this, you have to sign up and subscribe to a membership to get the ornaments. So, and then you're put into a numbered list. So it's first come, first serve. And God help you if like you're 120 on the list, right?
That spell isn't ready yet.
You might not get it. And if you're not on it at all, then you have to pick on what's actually on the shelves. And good luck to you if they actually have it on the shelves or not. It may already be sold out because all these people have been signed on to these lists, right? So I'm just pretty much ready to just go online and see if I can just order which ones I want from there. Oh, wasn't I supposed to do something in here? I don't see it. I don't see it. I know they said something about that. God, that's not it. Hey, another Depeche Mode reference! Master and Serpent! Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I love Lich King for all these Depeche Mode references. Oh my god! Most of my boys. Dave Guard's mine. You can't have him. He's mine. But yeah, I was just like, oh my god, there's another one. Ah, which is really funny because they tie in Doctor Who with the sonic screwdriver. So it's like you've got loads of British stuff right there. Kind of funny. Oh my god. What are something supposed to do in here? I can't. First of all, you're playing Magnetar, so go by. There's that. And you have nothing. Was it you? What the? What just happened? Is that a glitch? Something went weird there in my screen. I have no idea what that was. I think this was it. I think it was just that particular node was near the dens of dying, and that's all it is. Okay. Never mind. But, yeah, I love Wrath of the Lich King, because that's all they ever do is special references. I love it. Alright. A bunch of those. What's next? That's probably where we're gonna go into that crash ziggurat over there. Laying the bat. Huh. Oh wow, I'm really going over my time. That's fine. I'm having a good time.
Tall one.
And I have nowhere to be tomorrow, so it's fine.
You have a great day now.
Nice work, but I grab a shower the next chance you get. Roll around in the snow a bit, I guess. Maybe that'll help. Now let's really deal with the problem out here.
Seeing you.
So while you were out taking care of those plague beasts, I took a peek inside the caves up there. There are cultists and they're plaguing them. They have some sort of noxious concoction brewing in a cauldron. I was just there! Ah. I have a powder that I normally use as an anti-poison, and I mix it up with some other stuff. I think it'll neutralize the brew. Take it up to one of those cases to see if it works.
Right.
I was just there. I was just there. Oh my god. Let's see if it's still empty. I doubt it though. Oh, it is. Nice. Boop. Well, they say it's neutralized. I don't know about that, but it's what it says. I don't know. Maybe.
Greetings. Alrighty then.
Knew you had it in you. Now there's something else I need to ask you to take care of. It's not an improvement. Okay.
Seeing you.
Yep. There we go.
Goodbye for now.
I told Tinky not to go off on her own, but she just had to check out that crashed necropolis in Blue West. I'm 100% certain that those cultists came from inside that thing. Which means I'm now 100% certain that Tinky's in trouble. She's in the airstrips. She's the airstrip's #1 engineer. Without her, we're doomed. I'd find her myself, but one of those things got in a swipe on my leg before I could vanish again. If anyone can get her out, it's you.
You have a great day now.
Yeah, I knew there were quests for that thing. If the cultists up in those caves survived the crash, then that fallen necropolis to the west can only be assumed to be still filled with scourge. There's probably lots of them out in the front of it in the pools too. Well, you're at Talramus. Do you think you could dispatch all of the Lich King's flunkies that you find there?
Alrighty then.
Why would I wear sandals in the snow? That sounds like a terrible idea. Source, I used to live in the lands of ice and snow. Oh, I'm getting XP. Cool.
I need to get closer.
I will need to go out and actually do some shopping because there are some cards I need to get from Hallmark. There is always crafting supplies to get. Especially since I have some crafts in mind, so I need to pick up some supplies for that. My job actually felt generous. It gave me a gift card. They gave everybody who was working there a gift card, so that's burning a hole in my pocket until I forget about it. Like I usually do with gift cards. Oh, she's down below. There. Okay, she's in the cage.
Past that.
Hey, you.
Pleased to meet you.
Hey there, who are you? Bixie sent you? Excellent, let's get me out of here.
Very good.
The cultists magicked me into this cage, and there's no door to it. Little do they know that I'm the chief transmatter engineer for the airstrip. With your help and a little opal grease, I won't be in here for long. I'm gonna need an engine core crystal from one of the ghouls in here, a magical gyroscope from the doctor, a piloting skirt stone from the Lich Lord up top. With all that stuff, I should be able to make a port device to get me back to Fizzcranks and escape the Gnomeway.
Be seeing you.
Escape the Gnomeway. Get that Gnomeway. Oh, that was easy. Not supposed to be that easy. Oh. Okay. Oh, he may be for the Horde side. Because, this guy here, he's... This is what the Tauren came from. Were these yak-type people. It's where the Tauren descended from. It's the wrong turn to Albuquerque. I don't know. I need to go up that way. Is that something I need? Oh, they're just things I need to kill. Alright. Well, you know what? You get to be the lucky one. Inject plague! Screw you! This is going to be one of those fun chapters for my story that it's going to write, because Wrath of the Lich King is one of those that hits home to my main character's backstory. This is going to be confronting a lot of her fears. Lord Chillwinter. Should get closer to him. Dr. Razor Grin. Oh, goody. I want to know what they actually are. I mean, they look like Forsaken, but they have their will. You know, then. So they're kind of like Forsaken, but I don't know if they actually would count as Forsaken. I vaguely remember all this stuff. I don't have a perfect recollection of all this. Okay, keep going. There he is. Somebody's been smoking 6 packs a day. That's a lot of mess. There we go. Alright. Whee! a long climb. Before I take another leap. Before I kill myself on the next leap down. Oh, no, so I gotta be careful here. Alright. See, that's what the gnomes are supposed to respawn, is like crawling up out of the ground. That other one just kind of like popped into being.
Hey,
Got all the stuff?
you have a great day now.
Outstanding. Now just a little modification here. And a tweak there.
Off and away.
My evil twin's out there somewhere now. I'm pretty sure that she's not back at the airstrip. In fact, wherever she ended up, it's colder there than here. I could only feel her for a moment. Oh well, I'll reconfigure this thing and port myself back to the airstrip soon enough. In the meantime, do you think you could go east and let Bixby know that I'll meet her back there? Oh, there she goes. So she used the teleporter a bit like
Very
a...
good.
Oh god, it's a Star Trek reference! Ah! That's a Star Trek reference. That was an episode where they had the transporter malfunction of the episode where it split Kirk into two different parts. Where there was this softer, meeker version of Kirk, and then this really evil bastard version of Kirk that was running around the ship. That was a really gross episode, I'll tell you. I won't even. I don't want to go into why it's gross. There's a point of it that is pretty gross, and not gonna fly too well in these days. Where am I? Oh, I'm up here, so I need to go up there. Okay. It's a product of its time, but it's still gross. Alright. Alright.
Hi, how are you? Goodbye for now.
Thanks. The Lich King and the Scourge are really scary. We can't stop until they're all lying still in their graves. True. Over here. I'm gonna drop my haste. What the hell? Everything drops my haste. What is this?
You have a great day now. Right.
Tinky's got an evil twin? Well, she says she's okay, and that she'll be able to get herself back to the airstrip soon. That's good enough for me.
You have a great day now. Right.
Okay, I think I'm going to start making my way back to the airstrip too. Of course, I'm moving a little slower with this leg injury. Say, do you think you could get there ahead of me and pass on the good news to old Fizzcrank? I'll bet anything that there's a reward in it for you. Thanks.
Goodbye for now.
At least I don't have to escort you. Holy cow. Alright, let's finish up those other things. Oops. Not that map. Let's see. Finder, Twonky. Where's the rest of this stuff? Oh. Okay. things. I'm trying to look for it on here. I don't. Guess I'm just supposed to find them randomly? I don't know. God, there's gnomes everywhere. They're just scattered like random pieces everywhere. Jeez. Getting annoying. Oh, what is this? Steam Rager. Oh god, the steam's turned into an elemental. That's all we need. Oh, I missed it. Oh, that must be it over there. Okay. Yep, gotta pull a whole load of things, aren't I? Come on, guess something. Oh, Lord.
That spell isn't ready yet.
That's not good. I'm going down.
Recharging.
Damn it. Butt pull. Ah. Not all it was a butt pull. They alerted the other robots and they came in. That didn't help. Oops. It's alright, we got this. We got it. It's all good. Mm-hmm. All good, all good. Can't be perfect all the time. Gotta show a vulnerable side here. What can I say? Alright. Bonk. Right? I think he flies us back, but I'm not sure. Let's go find out. Oh, there he is. Okay. Hey, Iggy.
Hi, how are you?
Thank goodness. It was terrible. There was a bright flash on the ground, and then, the next thing I know, the squadron's going down. I'm hurt pretty badly, so I haven't had a chance to comb the site for other survivors. But something tells me I don't think there will be many. Will you help me complete my mission?
Very good. Good day to you.
The wolves have been pawing through the wreckage ever since the crash, and I'm afraid they consumed the microfilm from our mission in the process. I have a plan to recover that microfilm, but I need your help to make it work. To the south and east in the floodplains live creatures called gorlocks. They prepare their foods with noxious spices, which would sicken any other creature. If you can gather enough of the spice pouches from Gorlock steam belchers or Gorlock waddlers, I can make the wolf bait. Okay, that's a
Very well, then.
whole thing to do. That's gonna take a whole new long chain, which we can do tomorrow. Or it is tomorrow. The next stream. Saturday's stream. Technically, it's Saturday. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna finish beating up that last mechanical thing. Mecha Huazits it is. And we'll go turn in those quests, and then we'll call it good for today. I think that'll be a good cutoff point. Where is it? The question is, where the hell is it? Okay, it's over there. We are mechagnome. Resistance is futile. Okay, Lacutia board, calm down. There we go. That is the cutest wind-up toy I've ever seen. I love the colors on it. Alright.
Good day to you. You have a great day now.
Woohoo! And you brought back the screwdriver intact too. Reprogramming those robots is going to turn out to be a huge advantage in our favor in the fight against Gearmaster Mechazod. I think that you earned a little something for that. That really doesn't help much.
Off and away.
Yeah, I saw that. I've got to see what other classes there are and see if there's anything I want to do with it.
Pleased to meet you.
Wow, you survived. I guess all that's left to do now is deal with Gearmaster Mechazod.
Be seeing you.
Gearmaster Mechazod is insane. He says that he offers us immortality by removing this so-called curse of flesh, but he's really making our robotic slaves. We're pretty certain that he's still at the pumping station out in the middle of the pools to the east. The last we saw of him, he was in the command hut up top. Go up there and research his stuff. Must confront Mechazod if gnomes everywhere, no, everyone everywhere are to stay alive.
Very well then.
Oh boy, I can roll another mage. Really pretty blue and purpley Drakthir. That's a mage. That would be pretty cool. A priest, though. Warlock. See, I can see like hunter and warrior and mage. Priest, warlock, and rogue. Yeah, I can see them being a rogue, but priest and warlock. Lore-wise, that's strange. Yeah, mage falls into like evoker. Yeah, priest is strange, but so is warlock. Because warlock's technically like the anti-shaman in Warcraft, where is like you're not calling on the elements, you're calling on demons and void creatures. Rogue, oh please, they just made Tauren into rogue because supposedly people were complaining that they couldn't do that before and they wanted that, so now they can be rogues. I mean, you might as well make a Drakthir into. No, I am not kidding. I am not kidding. Not kidding. Tauren can be rogues. I I can't explain it, but somebody wanted that. I did they? I don't know. I haven't looked at the orc system yet. I haven't looked recently, but I I thought I honestly thought that they were okay. So my theory was that since people who weren't originally doing certain classes can do certain classes is all because everybody went to the Shadowlands and said, well, gee, I guess it doesn't really matter. None of this actually matters in the end, so what the hell? I'm just going to skip my traditional beliefs and do whatever the hell I want. I mean, God. Because, like, okay, case in point, if you wanted to be a Forsaken priest, you could only be a Shadow priest. Because being Forsaken means you were cut off from the light. Anytime that there was some kind of, you know, get killed and then brought up as undead, or some kind of tampering of some sort, say like the broken and all that, they can't touch the light. So Forsaken could only be void priests, shadow priests. Then people were complaining because they didn't have enough healers in PvP on the horde side. So then they opened it up that all of a sudden Forsaken can use the light, so they're light priests. Exactly. What is that's where they just kind of trashed their lore, for God's sake. Where anybody could do whatever kind of class they want to. When they had the restrictions, they don't want the game to make sense in a lore sense. They want to make the game work as just here's all your stuff, go nuts. It was the same thing. Oh, here we go. Look that now, Shadowlands. Okay, so when Shadowlands first started, and you had your 4 death realms to pick from, and you can have your one character be swear their allegiance to certain ones. Say like I went with Ardenweald. So I went and I got myself completely affiliated with Ardenweald. And then I decided, oh, maybe Ardenweald isn't for me. Maybe it's going to be Bastion. If I dropped Ardenweald and go for Bastion, then I had to work in real time to earn their trust, because in a lore sense, that makes sense. That you have to prove yourself after you just dropped your loyalty to one group and you decide to be loyal to somebody else. That kind of makes you look kind of weird, right? So it made sense in the story wise. The problem was is that they didn't really think out how this actually worked game wise, and some of those boons that you got for certain realms didn't work with your class. So then you had to work real time to try to change that. So it didn't, it got a lot of people mad. So then they had to sit there and change it so that it was more of a, okay, so you decided that didn't work for you and you want to change that so you get these boons. Well, then it's not as bad as it used to be. It worked fine in lore style, but it didn't work for play style because everybody is in a rush to get to somewhere. And since Shadowlands came out during the dark times, because we can't say exactly what was going on, the lockdown. I'll just say the lockdown. It came out during that. It was already slow in progression anyway, so it didn't. I'm sitting there going, what does it matter? Because all the content's coming out slowly anyway. It was slow enough that I could keep up with it, but then again, I was on it all the time, playing it, so I had no time. I had no problems trying to keep up with it. So you have a lore here that only certain races can play certain classes, and then all of a sudden you just decide to throw that model away because people are mad because they can't have a Tauren rogue. I and that's the thing, they still build roleplay servers, and does anybody really roleplay on this thing anymore? It's like, please give me an explanation for this. Why are you doing that? Yeah, now. That's the thing, is that I think it's for PvP, because rogues tend to dominate in PvP. Now, they haven't exactly built any new PvP realms for people to play in, but yet they still want every type of class to be a rogue so that they can have their choice of who they want to be as a rogue, because it all boils down to PvP, really. Rogues dominate PvP. I mean, okay, so when Lich King came out for the first time, they had this heroic class, which was the Death Knight. And they had some phenomenal abilities and attacks and stuff. It was really a way to feel like you were kind of OP without really being OP while playing this. Well, everybody took their Death Knights into PvP, and every rogue complained that they were outclassed by a Death Knight. And it's like, it's a hero class. They're supposed to be a lot better than everything else, right? I don't even know what they never really explained really what evoker even means to be as. It just sounds like another type of way of saying mage, right? Except that you'd have some healing abilities. It just sounds, evoker sounds more like something that would be just for some kind of dragon. You know what I mean? So having other classes be evokers kind of feels weird because I don't know if it's just because it was introduced with a dragon type race that it feels like when you say evoker, it sounds like it should be dragon like. I mean, I guess people could learn how to do that because honestly, if you have the talent, anybody could be a mage. This isn't like in Dragonlance, it's a blessing of the gods kind of thing. It's you having the talent to pull up mana out of the ley lines and turn it into your attack. You know, I think my brain is just stuck on how do you explain this? I'm so lore bent that it's like, how does that even work? Sure, I mean, if you just want to throw, you know, classes out there for everybody to use, I mean, fine, but my brain is geared to how does that work? Uh, they're not DKs because there's nobody to turn them into Death Knights. There is no Lich King. That's why. Drakthir cannot be Death Knights because there is no Lich King. That you can at least explain real freaking easy. There's no Helm of Domination. There no. They were in stasis. So how could they be killed and raised as Death Knights? Yes, because the burnt marshmallow was raising Death Knights, even though he wasn't supposed to. He promised he wouldn't do that, that he wouldn't invoke the power of the Lich King. He was just going to keep the Scourge at bay. And he lied. Why would they be Death Knights? They're not flesh. Oh, God. Oh, you're gonna break my brain if they start making Death Knights out of races that have just popped up. Oh my God. That will break my brain if they decide to make those into Death Knights. I will lose my brains. I will go I I I'm gonna need a crown of wills because I've been like, this game has gone off the deep end. I don't understand it at all now. I mean, right now I can easily explain why we don't have any more because it's just because we don't have a Lich King anymore. There there's if you if you roll a Death Knight now... Oh god, no ogres. Oh god. Oh dear god, no. Not the ogres. I don't even like the ogres. I'm fine with snake people. I know what you mean. It's not Terrasac, or is it Terrasac? I can't remember now. Anywho, so if you roll a Death Knight in Wrath of the Lich King Classic, you get the whole story of how Arthas is trying to raise a new army of Death Knights, and he loses control of them, right? Now, if you roll a Death Knight in retail, you got you get a new cinematic where the burnt marshmallow is basically saying that, yeah, I raised you, you're part of my army, go to your faction and tell them that you're back and you're ready to fight, but you're fighting for me, which he wasn't supposed to do. He said he wasn't going to do it. So,
Greetings.
yeah, the whole mechagnome thing kind of came out of nowhere, didn't it? Like, okay, so we got this story here about mechagnomes and such, and it seems like it's a thing that nobody really wants to do. But then we get to Battle for Azeroth, and then there's a whole group of them that want to go back to their clockwork roots and found this quote unquote fabled city that used to be their birthright kind of thing. So yeah, it did seem kind of out of left field, didn't it? I don't know. It was a strange add-on, and it was a pretty good story. It was really a good story. But come on, we got rid of the mana storms in that one. But yeah, that really was an odd story. But it was good. It was good, but it was like, where did this come from? Why is this fabled gnome area right outside of Kultiras? I don't know. This is something I want them to answer. Now, when we first started out the map of Azeroth, it's like we have two continents that's left of the massive continent, and then we got but we also know about Northrend, so technically three, and then we find Pandaria. Then we know about the islands of Kultiras. Then we find out the islands of Zandalar. And then we find this spot over here. Then we find the Broken Isles and all that. Is the water receding? Or is it just we didn't realize it was still there? Yeah, it was. Yeah, Mechagnomes is kind of a side story filler kind of thing, but then you got almost say that for Nashitar, but then they did tie that into the overarching plot of Battle for Azeroth. But the mechagnome story, no, they did not really tie that in with the main story. So yeah, she does have a point. Honestly, you know, if there's any points of the stories, you don't even have to play it at this point because, you know, it's all back content. So if you're rolling a new character, you don't even play through much of the expansion anymore. You play maybe about 1/4 to 1/3 of it before you're kicked out of it. It's really quick to get out of that. So, I mean, but she has a point. You know, if you want to gain your XP on something that really actually means something, yeah, then you can totally skip the mechagnome story. It doesn't really build on anything. She's right. She is actually right. It's just a cute little side story for gnomes. If there's anybody who really loves gnomes, I'm sure they're out there somewhere. But you know, um, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just that's what it's for. Oh.
Daylight's burning.
It's quite a tale. With all the problems out here, it's a wonder that the airstrip hasn't wiped out already. But thanks to you, there's one less adversary to worry about. I put aside some special things for just such an occasion as this. Why don't you take your pick? None of this is an upgrade. It's an offhand, I'll get
You have
that
a great
image.
day now.
Okay, that's a good place to get even though it's an XP. Look at that! Check it out! Excellent! Shush. Yeah, that wasn't anything. I lose haste. That's what enchantments are for, right? Well, there we go. Look at all this stuff I accrued. I gotta, like, clean this out. I'll do that off screen. Alright. So, yeah, we did a lot today. That was pretty good. We had an extra long stream because, you know, I got a lot of stuff. I gotta clean my bags before I turn into a hoarder again. It was a good stream. I had fun. I hope everybody else had fun. Well, you know, during this, I had some fun. I love being able to just like chat with people and talk about, you know, geeky stuff and all that kind of stuff. Oh, we need more of this more often because it's fun. All right. Oh, we got a little bit further into the story, but you know, we did some extracurricular stuff and it was fun. Um, I hope everybody else enjoyed the stream. I know people are coming and going. That's, you know, that's cool. Um, so on to the ads as usual. Folks, if you enjoyed the stream, please consider a follow and hitting that notification button so you know that we're on. My normal schedule is Thursday through Sunday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard, 6 p.m. Pacific. 3 days of gaming, when Sunday is our story time. We are currently going through War of the Scaleborn, which ties into Dragonflight. And we can also tie it into Wrath of the Lich King because they talked about Wormrest Temple and such. And we're going to be heading there eventually while we go through this story. Occasionally Twitch doesn't let you know when I'm actually going on. Sometimes I'm not available to get online. I might be sick. I might be late. You know, things happen. Please consider joining up in our Discord. Link below, !Discord. There you will have notifications of when I'm going on, or if I'm late, or if I can't make it. We also have other chat rooms on there. Please feel free to chat up a storm, ask me any questions, talk to anybody else about just about anything, you know. Keep it clean, but you know, we can talk some nerd, some geek, some Warcraft, anything like that. We definitely would love your company there. Also, we have a YouTube, link below, !YouTube, where I'm trying to put up the VODs as I can. I am severely behind, but there's going to be more than just the VODs. I have a number of different types of videos planned. I just need to get the time together to actually put them together. It does take a lot of work and a lot of time, and I am working a couple of other jobs in the meantime. So bear with me. Eventually that'll all come together. And lastly, the algorithm is a hungry beast, so more eyes on me when I'm live helps the algorithm greatly. So if you know of anybody who likes Warcraft lore, somebody to explain how the story all is fit together, somebody to get Stunlock talking about either Shadowlands, Arthas, or Steve Denuser, I am your person for that. As you see it, I enjoy talking about this stuff, and I could go on forever about this kind of stuff, and I will never shut up about how much I really dislike Denuser. Telius and I don't really care you're friends with him. The guy's a hack. Oh my god. It doesn't take too much of a thought to actually tie together the stories, but he won't do it. My 2 cents. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Anyway. So yeah, anybody who wants to geek out, watch some video games, talk about anything really, even if it's about potato chips, I am here for it. I like talking about I love potato chips. Potato chips are one of the greatest snacks in the world. It's potato. Potatoes are wonderful things, and you can't tell me otherwise. All right. All right, we'll cut the stream here. Thank you for joining me. This was a blast. Let's try again on Saturday to have another blast, because this was great. I truly enjoyed this. And I'll be back on Saturday night, 9 p.m. Eastern. We'll see about getting through the game. If not, we can just shoot the breeze. I mean, it's quite alright if we do. All right. Thanks again. Have a good night. We will see you Saturday night.